Hello and welcome everyone to Focus Flow Sprints. I'm Shannon, writing on the opinion of S.T. Huston, the author of A Curse of Scales and Feathers, A Curse of Wings and Gems, and the Clash of Goddesses series. The goal of this stream is to get into deep focus with two 1-hour sprints with a quick 5-minute break in between them before we take a longer break. So that way we can get a couple of hours of good work time in, because I will talk forever if I don't have a timer on me. I'll be working on AuthorTube writing conference stuff this morning. I've slowly been chipping away at my list of things that I had to get done this week, and I'm just going to keep on doing that. I worked on a few things to ship to AWC, and then I did some creative stuff, which I did finish. So hopefully, I was able to add the creative thing I was thinking of doing that I wanted to get done. I added that to. It was. I don't want to give too much away. It's for the Faded Adventure story mail. It's not actually anything that the participants are like pointed to, like, go do this thing, but it's there, and there's kind of a mention like, oh, we should go do this, like at the very, very end, and there's enough information given that if the participants like, I wonder if I can go there and do that, and if they go and they do it, then they'll get more information. That's I really, really liked it. So I was glad I was able to get that done yesterday and got the coding for that on the website and the graphic done and everything. So yeah, I'm excited. First one in was Devin's. Got to start with some AWC admin missed yesterday's post and overlooked the newsletter. Well, it's all right, Devin. I'm sure. I had to send out my newsletter yesterday too. Reminds me, I didn't go check. I usually check my numbers, but I was already so tired yesterday and everything that I was doing that I didn't check. I usually go and see what the numbers are for like open rates and stuff, because that's kind of important for the promos and everything I do with other authors. But yeah, AWC admin for me this morning. Good morning, all. This is Kendra. Hello. Going to try writing. Not sure how it will go. I tweaked my back. Oh no, reaching for a book. Oh yes, that's how. Yes, I was about to say that happens as you get older, but I didn't want to say that because I thought that might be, assuming too much. But I know that feeling, because like what you think you could just do, easily done when you're younger, and then you get older and it's like, oh, I really can't do that the way I used to. Even if you are like someone who works out and stuff like that, your body just does not work the same. Yes, I know the feeling. Hello all. Oh no, hope you feel better soon. Yes, Kendra, hope you feel better. Sorry, I was laughing over the situation instead of saying I hope you feel better. I hope you feel better. I just have been there. I don't know. I guess I have to laugh over it, because otherwise I would get upset about getting old. And think, I used to be able to do these things. I used to run 7 miles a day. I don't even run a half a mile now. But yeah, that's because I fell down the mountain. I'd like to get back into running, but after I fell down the mountain, I hadn't run it. I hadn't run since I fell down the mountain. And I just did like a 5K right before that fall. And that was in 2011. So it's been a while. Thanks, Melve. How are you doing, Melve? I'm assuming you're probably at work. Me as 20-something, crashes car, walks away. Me at 40, slept wrong, needs to go emergency room. Truth. Yeah, you don't think about it when you're young. You just feel like, they always say how you feel like you're invincible when you're young, but you really don't know. Even if you're not thinking I'm invincible, you just do things that just don't seem, you don't even think about the things you're doing until you get older. You're like, oh, why didn't I know that these were things I could do when I was younger and didn't take advantage of that? So, morning, Gwenna, how's it going? Yep, working. Up since 4 a.m., doom scrolling. Oh no. Put the phone away. It looks like we're getting ready to go into our first of the 2 1-hour long sprints, right? So hopefully we'll be a little more productive now. Okay, awesome. It's close to my 5K yesterday, 4,799. Nice. I call it quits at 10:30 last night. Yeah, that's about the time I stopped too. All right, I'll see you guys on the other side of an hour. And that is time on the first sprint. How did you do? I started working on the AWC stuff, and I was like, oh yeah, that's right. I was gonna go check my email or my newsletter. So I'm gonna go check it. I don't know what I did because I was too tired yesterday. I didn't hit send. I thought I hit send. I set up the time. I didn't hit send. So it just went out this morning, a day late. But it went out now. So I'll have to go back later and check my numbers. Yeah, I'm fine. Things are falling through a little bit closer as we get to the conference. I'm like, this is probably going to happen more than once. Yeah. See how you guys did. Anyways, I'm working back on AWC stuff again. And I left off with Devin being so close to 5K yesterday. Yes, got very close. Are you trying to make up those words today and then add on another 5K? There's like, it's a psychological thing for, how it could affect you if you're like just adding on the stuff that you're not getting done to your new goal each day, and it can keep piling up. I think we talked about this when NaNoWriMo was around. They used to talk about this and how sometimes it's better just to start with a clean slate. I don't know how you're actually doing it. I think this is why I don't really give myself a daily goal, because if I did fall behind, and I know things pop up, for me, things pop up all the time. So if I give myself a daily goal and if I didn't meet it, I would feel like I would have to add it to the next day so I can meet my goal. And it would just compound, and I would feel more stress. So I just do a yearly goal. I don't even do a monthly goal. I do kind of somewhat monitor the number of hours I'm writing a week, but I do have my spreadsheet set up so that it gives me the average so far. And I do the average by, so I calculate everything by minutes, but then I turn it into hours and minutes for my overall calculation. And I calculate it by dividing it by the number of weeks in the year. And then I also have a separate calculation to divide it by the number of weeks I've actually been working, because there are some vacation times, some weeks in there that I have taken vacation. So I'm like, I don't know if I should really count these, but my goal is to try to hit around 20 hours a week of writing. And I'm not hit that yet this year. I go between, if I look at all the weeks in the year, then I'm only writing an average of 16 hours a week. If I do it just based off of the weeks that I've not been on vacation, then I'm like around 18 hours a week I'm writing. But I know that's going to go up after the conference, and because my Kickstarter is almost done, that's taking a lot of time, and the Kickstarter or the conference also takes a lot of time. Those both start with K sounds. Conference, Kickstarter. I know I've talked about it before too. K is like a harsh sound, which is sometimes used for, or a lot of times is used for bad guys or harsh personalities. Truths. Feeling okay, never felt invincible because of chronic pain. Oh, laughing about it helps to get through it sometimes. I agree. I'm sorry you felt chronic pain for so long. While my focus is not there, I got to make the focus tea and order more. What's your focus tea? Just curious. Hi, Keiko. How's it going? Order more tea or focus? My focus isn't there either. I just locked myself out of program. Oh no. Technology and you have not gotten along for the last 2 weeks. You guys are just not friends at this time. CJ, hello, good morning. Going to do my best to finish restructuring this section for these sprints. Hopefully you're able to make some progress. Both. I'm laughing. Hi, Mama Maggie. How's it going? Thank you so much for your email. I was looking at that list and I just feel like something must have gone wrong on a few things there, but I don't know if you've got my email back, but yeah. Hello, Emma. How's it going? Adeshale, hello. Waffles all around. Finally found the motivation and focus on the internet, or my computer is protesting. Yes, my computer has often protested in the last few weeks. Piling up is the name of the game for my job. I'm sorry, Melve. I start a new goal each day. Okay, good. I don't play catch up. I have a good, better, best goal that I learned from Sarah Cannon. Oh, that's pretty cool. I mean, it's been minutes since I've consumed some Sarah Cannon stuff, but Dale works on a good, better, and best model when it comes to like the sponsorship stuff. That's the same language he used when he told me to come up with the goals and stuff like that for sponsorships. Good point, that. I'm going to have to think how I can modify my perception of the job piling up. There you go. Yeah, perception it's all about perception, what we tell ourselves in our head. My 5K days are thus 1,500 good, 3K better, 5K best. So yesterday would have been a win if I got 1,500 words. I love that, Devin. Absolutely love that. What was your goal before? It was 2,400 words, wasn't it? And yeah, I think it was. It was like, maybe it was 2,500 words. Maybe I made it 2,400 because like even numbers better. I don't know. But yeah, so that is really good. I love that. 2K words. Today's goal is 2K words. 1K good, 1,500 better, 2K best. Love it. Hi, Joanne. How's it going? What are you working on? She's saying hello to everyone. Ask everyone what they're working on. I'm supposed to be doing AWC stuff, and then I went to go check my newsletter and realized I had not hit that darn send button. Technology's not working for me either. I was for sure I sent it, and I set up the time for the second email to go out, and just it still was sitting there. I deleted one word, made breakfast, made the bed, walked around. Now my back feels better. So right next sprint. I love that for you, Kendra. All right, we're going on to the second one. 5 minutes. Break is over. I'll see you guys on the other side of this next hour. Good luck. And that is time. How did you do on that second hour? So I started, I had been drafting the emails I was going to send for the other appearances. I guess I should take that off before I go somewhere else. Hold on, where am I at? I have too many screens open. Oh, I can just take that off. There we go. I'll do that. And it's not starting the next one. Oh, that's because it's at the end of the playlist. So we just finished a 2-hour focus, which was short break in between. And now we can take a little bit of a longer break. And I had been drafting the emails for the other appearances for the conference. And I finished drafting everything. And then it was really, really difficult this year to figure out who to invite to the different appearances, because we have 4 other appearances during the conference. We had the opening session, closing session, and 2 happy hours. And typically we have like just enough people say yes to each of these, at least one or so. And then of course there's people who can't make any of them, which is, that's fine. That's why we only typically have a few people. For the happy hours, we typically have more. And so we have been doing them in half-hour rotations, because I want to try and let everybody who said yes at some point for any of these appearances, I want them to have the opportunity to come on and talk about their presentation, whether it's already happened or it's going to be coming up within the weekend. But there were so many people who said yes to so many things this year. And I was like, I'm having trouble with this. How to divide this up, how to make sure everyone gets a chance. I almost thought I might have to like do a poll or not poll, a random number generator or something, because I felt like there's someone who's not going to be able to show up. I think I figured it out. That took me the longest. And I was still trying to figure that out this morning. But now I got the emails done. I've got the people figured out, and I sent out the first 5 emails, but I still have more emails to send. So, where's my spreadsheet? Some of them I won't be sending right away because they may have said yes to more than one. And even though they said yes on their application to attend these other appearances, it's always been in my experience. I'm like, hey, you said yes on your application that you like to attend during this session. We'd love to formally invite you if you're still interested. And, things happen because applications are filled out and they close at the middle of January, and the conference doesn't happen to June. And so life is happening, right? Life does life. And so things come up. So people say no. So there's some people I kind of hold off on sending them because I might invite them to more than one in case if there's too many people who drop out. So if they've said yes to everything, the people who say yes to everything, I kind of like hold them back for a little bit just to see how many people drop out in each of these sessions and to see if I'm going to offer them more than one position, not position, but more than one appearance based on their stuff. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 25 more emails to send. So, yeah. But I should be able to get now that I've got it all set up for who is being invited to what, and I've got the email templates set, I should be able to do all 25 pretty quickly in the next hour, the next stretch that we do. So, all right, let's figure out where I left off. I don't know where I left off. Surely I marked it, but me and my not remembering things. We talked about the 2K goal. Joanne came in, deleted one word. I think this is right where we left off. And I was like, I'm really glad that she feels better and that it got one word deleted. I thought that was funny that little tidbit was added there at the beginning. I deleted one word, just one. And then people said, hi, and nice, Kendra, and well done. My non-rush word count is usually 1,200. Oh, that's what it was. I just doubled it for some reason. It was 1,200 days, or 1,200 days. 1,200 words a day is what you used to do, not 2,400. Why was I thinking 2,400? I don't know. Per day with a 4-day writing. Oh, my goodness. Sorry. 4-day writing week. I need more coffee, but I was like, I don't want to ruin my focus. So I was like, when am I going to get more coffee? If it's focus flow and I'm trying to get into the flow and get focused, when am I stopping to get coffee? I'm not. I thought, okay, well, I'll do it at the beginning of the next focus flow session. So at the beginning of this next time that we do our next 2 hours, then I will get some more coffee. Focus tea works for me. This one here. Thank you. Morning, Arbor. How are you doing? Oh, looks like I missed the break. Yeah, it was just a short break. It was just 5 minutes to kind of get right back into the flow of things. Why am I yawning? Is it because I didn't take my medicine? I think I took it. Maybe I didn't. And I didn't have a second cup of coffee. So yeah, I really need to go get this other coffee. I got 3 chapters loosely outlined and my protein shake chugged. Yummy. What kind of shake do you do? I find I really like the vanilla protein shakes. But it took me a really long time to find one because I don't like the ones that are not like they have like sugars in them, but they're the artificial sweeteners. Those have a terrible taste to me. But then I also can't do a lot of sugar because then I break out in a rash. But I can do like coconut sugar. So I had to find one that was it. Coconut sugar is what I found. I think it was. I don't do it now because I don't work out enough for it. I was working out like 5 days a week when I used to do the shakes, but now it's too many calories. But yeah, it took me a while to find one that tasted not terrible. So without having to add more sugar stuff to it. Hello, how's it going? Are you working on anything today? And hi, welcome. I haven't seen you guys in a minute. Hope all is going well with you guys. Good to see you. How have you been? Thanks, Joanne. I'm a bit tired. I'm right there with you. I've decided to follow suggestions 2 of my community members made about a character made of mine. What were the suggestions? You don't have to share if you don't want to. Finish the newsletter. Almost ready to post the game to Instagram and Discord. I said it the way you said it because I did see this as Discord. I knew you meant Discord. Devin, I forgot. We are part of that group. The group. What's the group name? Buggos. The Gold Bugs. Okay, part of the group, the Gold Bugs. And the leader, what's her name? I can see her face. It's there. I can't remember it. Anyway, she said that she'd like to advertise presenters for the conference. And I just saw her name for a second, lost it. And she shared it with me before she sent it out so that it had the right information on there to send out to all the buggos. And I was like, "Ooh, can we use this for the conference?" And she's like, "Yeah, let me take out the information about the gold bugs, about the buggos." And she just sent me a whole bunch of individual, basically advertisements that she created, the visuals and everything, very beautiful. I need to get them to you so that we could possibly use them like on, wherever to put up on social media, or they are banner size, but you could probably stack them and make it into a square for Instagram. I don't know. So I need to get those over to you because she put the time into fixing them to take out the buggos part. How have you been doing, Joanne? 738 words. Nice. Yay, got my program back. Too bad my focus just isn't there. It's one thing or another, isn't it? It's strange. It feels like I slept more last night than the week before. But yes, I'm feeling very sleepy today too. Oh, let me. Sorry, make y'all all yawn over there if you're empathetic. Not that you don't have to be empathetic, but I yawn when my cats yawn. It's really weird. But it's worse today, maybe because it's toward the end of the week. It is Thursday. That's awesome. I've been doing well. Thanks for asking. Just been busy between writing and getting some work done day job wise. It's already gearing up to be a busy month, and June isn't even over yet. Well, yeah. Yes, June is always a busy month for me. I realized I hadn't sent the send button on my newsletter, but when I saw it and I was going back over, I was like, why didn't this send? And I was like looking, was it something I did that my newsletter didn't send yesterday? And I couldn't find anything, but I reread over my newsletter while I was doing it. And I was like, oh yeah, it is my 17th wedding anniversary tomorrow. But we're not doing anything to celebrate because I'm busy with the AWC. It's been like that for the last couple of years since I've been doing the AWC. And then my husband also got a new job position, and he's taking over a different office. So he's moving his offices over there and going through all this stuff. So he's busy too. So we're like, well, it's okay. We don't really have to celebrate. I'm not really a big celebrator anyways. Like anything that's celebrated, he's the one that does it usually because it's just not something that I think about doing, or that I don't know. I just don't get super excited about stuff like that. So I don't know. I think it's pretty cool though. So wait, I skipped one. Sorry. Mom Mike says, sending a Werecow and Wolf to a few alpha readers. I feel like I'm missing something and too close to story world to see it. I've been there, and that sucks. Sometimes you just have to take a step back. But I think you said you already had taken a step back from that because you were working on something else, I believe. The Relics of Time War series, right? And yeah, if you still can't see it, hopefully they're able to find it. Good luck. Good luck. Willow. Yes, Willow. Fantastic with graphics. Gold bugs. I couldn't remember anything. Willow's her name. Yeah, no. Don't message her. She sent it to me through email. I would feel so bad if she sent it to me through email and spent that time putting the email together, and then I didn't get it to you. So I will email it to you. I'll forward the email. Well, I wish you a lot of strength and fun for this month, Joanne. How do you find alpha or beta reader, if you don't mind me asking? I mean, there are lots of different ways you can approach it. So not all of them are very good or have great results. And then what I know may be different because of how things have just changed over time. So in 2021 was the first time, 2020 was the first time I was looking for a beta reader. I had my first book of my debut written, but I was holding off until I had more of the series written. And the first way I did it was I went on Goodreads. That was one place I went. I found 2 beta readers there. So Goodreads has forums for writers and readers, and I just went to the writers forum, and basically, in this case, you're switching. So they read your book, you read theirs, and then you give some feedback. Then I went into Facebook groups, and I found those that were fantasy, because my first series was fantasy only. So I went to fantasy related Facebook groups, and I put out there that I was looking for any possible beta readers or anyone who wanted to be a critique partner, because I didn't have a critique partner at the time. I didn't get a critique partner out of that, but I did get one more beta reader. And then I hired a beta reader, and she is awesome. I've used her many times over the years. Maddie, she only charges $35 up to 120,000 words, I think it is. I don't know why my brain says that doesn't sound right now. But it's like 100 plus thousand words, which my debut was only 80,000 words. So that was, and Maddie's awesome. So I actually hired 3 beta readers, and she was the cheapest and she was the best. And so I've never used any of the other ones. And so that was my first round. I only had like 4 beta readers. 3. Yeah, it was 3, because one, I did get an ARC reader out of that, which I wasn't looking for ARC readers at that time. And she saw my post for the beta reader and reached out to me to be an ARC reader. And so I had one ARC reader set up. So that was my first debut. So, and before my debut was published, I was already working on my newsletter. And that's the thing that will really, really help you, is get that newsletter going. And you don't have to be published to have a newsletter, but it's good to have something that you can offer. And I have a 4.5-hour newsletter class on my channel. It's the master class. It's on my homepage. If you scroll down, there's only 2 videos. There's one for email newsletters and one for Kickstarters. And it's just all the stuff that I did and all the places I went. And some of the things I've talked about in there are no longer really valid. I think I talk about voracious readers only, but that's for ARC readers. And voracious readers only doesn't work as well as it once did. So I don't use them anymore. But what did I do? So I just started building my newsletter list, and that's where I mostly get my beta readers from now, is from my newsletter, because now I have, several reader magnets, and that's what it's called, a reader magnet, when you give out something for people getting on your list. And the best reader magnet to have is like a short story or novella that takes place in your world, or maybe it's another character that's in your book, or something that's tied really, really closely to your book. And yeah, there's, I can hear the groaning, like, because I felt the same way. I was like, I gotta write something else. And I will tell you, I did not have that when I started, and I still built my newsletter list. What I had was I offered the first 3 chapters of my debut novel. So, and that's how I built my newsletter list, was based off of that. And then as my story, or as my series grew, I started offering the first book for free after it came out of Kindle Unlimited, because you can't offer it for free if you're in Kindle Unlimited. And but you can offer the first 3 chapters, because it's roughly in that the number of chapters is roughly 10% of whatever your book is, because on Amazon, they show 10% of your book. So if you are in Kindle Unlimited, you can offer up to 10% of your book, whatever that looks like, as far as, whatever your length of your book is versus the chapters and whatnot. And that's what I use. That is like one of the worst reader magnets to use, but I used it, and I built my newsletter list. I went from 6 people in July of 2021. And of those 6 people, 3 of them were me and my husband. So I went from 6 people in July, and that was just me doing word of mouth, trying to get people to join my newsletter list without having anything published and no one knowing me. I did not do social media before I became an author. I had a Facebook profile, because that's how I got participants for my research study when I was in college. So I started a new one for my author, but I didn't do Facebook. I didn't do any social media. I don't really like doing social media. So I just got into social media in 2021. So that was all new for me. No one knew me and I knew no one. So I went from that to over, it was like 800 by May of the next year by using different strategies to grow my newsletter list. And now I keep my newsletter list around between 3,500 and 5,000. Whenever I start creeping over 4,000, I start cutting people out of my newsletter list, those who haven't opened anything in like 6 months. Then I cut them out because you start paying for your newsletter list once you go over a certain amount, depending which platform you go with. MailerLite, you can have up to 1,000 subscribers and have a free newsletter. Once you go over 1,000, you start paying. I think MailerLite's one of the better ones out there. I did start with MailChimp, which was also 1,000 subscribers at that time, but they had fewer features. And when I found out MailerLite did more stuff that I needed for my newsletter list, I went over to them. And then while I was transferring over, MailChimp dropped down to 500 subscribers is free. After that, you start paying. So MailerLite, hands down, is the better platform to go with. I think it's still the same. I'm saying all this, and it could have changed because it's been a minute since I switched everything over. So once you hit 5,000 subscribers, you pay more. So once I get close to 5,000, I start cutting people because I'm not paying that many if people are not actually being active in my newsletter and participating, even just opening it. They don't have to buy anything from me, but the idea is hopefully you're finding your readers, your ARC readers, your beta readers, people who want to buy your work. That's what your newsletter should work for you as much as you work for your newsletter subscribers. So, and if they're not interested in opening my newsletter, and I'm not going to pay for them then. So I do cut it down. But yeah, if I was thinking, I was trying to add it up one day. This was a few months ago. If I kept everybody on there, I'd be over 20,000 subscribers at this point, which I could not afford. No way I could afford that. It's already expensive. My newsletter is the most expensive thing I pay for. It's almost $700 a year. It's more than my website. So, and I don't make $700 off my newsletter. But I do get a lot of readers out of my newsletter. So like ARC readers and Street Team, although I only had 3 people on my Street Team who actually fulfilled everything on my Street Team. I had like 11 people sign up for the Street Team and only half of them got, because I did it through Discord and it was challenges and they could win prizes and stuff. And half of them got into Discord, and of those half, only half more, which was 3, actually did the challenges and stuff like that. So, but one gal, she kept coming up as winning all the prizes. And so at the end, there was, of the 3 that were there, 1 had won something because there's prizes every week. And then there's a grand prize. And it was all based on like a point system. Like here's the weekly challenge. And then there was a dragon scavenger hunt. So if they did anything at the dragon scavenger hunt, they get points for all those things. And so every week there was a drawing. And at the very end, there was a drawing for the 4th week. And then there was a grand prize drawing. So one person won something. And the other person won everything else. And so the third person won nothing. And so the one who won everything, she had me give half of her grand prize to the one who won nothing. So that everybody ended up winning. It was really cool. I loved how they all came together to work together like that, and super sweet people. But on my ARC readers, beta readers, alpha readers, all that's come from building up my newsletter list. So that's the best way to do it, but it takes time. It's time to do your newsletter and get it going and figure out what works for you. Because every audience is different too. You know, you're going to connect with some and some are not going to connect with you and they're going to unsubscribe, which is fine because you don't want people who are not connecting with you and your work. So I don't know if I answered the question. It was like a long ways around. I added a whole bunch of other stuff in there. Happy anniversary. Thank you. I appreciate that. The Hubs and I usually find a place to eat out or binge bad food for our anniversary. We'll be 20 years on the 23rd. Yeah, I don't really like going to restaurants. I don't like being out in public, to be honest. It's just not my happy place. I get very nervous and anxious, and I could start blocking it all out. But then it's just not a good time for me. It's not a good time for me. And we don't really have too many nice places around here to go eat because we're a small town. We've got like 2 nice restaurants. Unless we go over to the next town. Then there's a whole bunch there. But now we're talking about driving, which just adds to the anxiety of going out. So yeah, I get super nervous. Devin, I went to go visit Devin back in January. And then the next morning, I met with her for, what did we meet for? Panera Bread. Yes. We met at Panera Bread to get a quick breakfast before I head back home. And I got lost and I went to the wrong place and I just walked through looking like I was supposed to be there. And I was so freaking, I got lost for a while. A good thing I left early, but I do leave early because I know I get anxious when I'm out and I get lost. And I don't know why, because I'm not stupid. But yes, it happens. So yeah, I was just walking through this one restaurant, like, this does not look like a Panera Bread. Okay, I am taking a total writing break this week. Okay, so that way we might be able to get some perspective on the story. Hopefully, fingers crossed. KK not messaging her. Okay, thank you. Happy anniversary to everyone. Oh yeah, she did say it was her anniversary on the 23rd of June. That's like right before the conference. Yeah. Happy anniversary to you too. Thank you, Mom Maggie. I don't know why that just skipped right out of my head. Finding alpha readers is easier than beta readers because I don't want a more intense review. I just talked to other fantasy writers I know and asked them for a glance over and what they liked and disliked. Yeah. Thank you. I'm going to need it. I'm just hoping I can relax during my birthday month next month. Happy early birthday. I usually beta swap or read because more books. I've got the hiccups now too. It's 10:30. I always get the hiccups usually around 10:30, although this week has been weird. A deep beta read usually takes me 2 weeks and it's more like content edit pass. I hope all is well for you, Joanne. Yeah, I think there's different approaches to the beta and alpha reads, but yeah, I would say the alpha read is probably more of a glance over, but I don't really have too many writers now who are looking at my work. I mostly work with readers, and that came not all, and it's not like I purposely go on my way to do that, but I just kind of learned my lesson with the first one when I had that one writer on A Curse of Scales and Feathers, and one writer that was my alpha reader, and decided that I was taking too long to get to a spicy scene that was not supposed to happen anyways. And she deleted my chapter on my document and rewrote the chapter. And I was like, and she's like, I'm a writer too. And I'm like, okay, that was my work. So that was just kind of weird. But most of my beta and alpha readers are now readers. If they are writers, they haven't told me. I haven't had anyone else self-identify as a writer and then delete my work and rewrite my story. So I hope so as well for you, to Joanne. By the way, if anyone wants to support raising funds to self-publish the next book, there is a fund. You can be successful without the socials. You should always have a newsletter. I 1000% agree. I would never say that as an indie author you should do anything because it works different for everyone. We write different things, even the same genre, we have different writing styles. So there's not one thing I think that's going to work for everyone except for a newsletter. As long as you are actively working on your newsletter to curate it for your audience who likes your voice, it will work for you. Yeah, as long as you're actively working on it. Happy wedding anniversary. Thank you. Hope you guys can celebrate later this weekend if you guys want to. I haven't even thought about the weekend yet. I haven't got that far in my head. I'm just trying to get through the week. And Devin, 100%. That's why I have my author newsletter on Ko-fi, though I should have an author website sometime soon. You know, there's so many different, there's in 1 week I'll have someone say, and it's the same thing with social media, right? In 1 week, someone say, authors should have a website. And next week's like, websites are out the door. Authors don't need a website. Same thing with social media. Authors need to be on social media. And the other one is authors don't need social media. So I think when I first started in 2020, I was under the assumption that authors had to do social media. And that assumption, it came rightly by from my girlfriend from college, Janessa. She is a writer, and she's been publishing since the early or mid 2000s, 2010s, right when self-publishing was booming. And so like, then whenever you publish something, in the beginning, when you publish something, you would get lots of reads because people were looking, they were voracious. And then as it started building up a little bit in Amazon started getting more and more books on their platform. Then if you did some social media, then you get more eyes and your books would come to the forefront. And so that's what she was working with. And she would constantly tell me, you need to be writing, you need to get on social media. And we had lots of in-depth conversations because we'd meet up once a year, every year after we both graduated from our masters. And she would tell me like all these strategies that she was doing and what was working. And Instagram was a big part of her social media. TikTok was not around yet then. And So I was like, gosh, if I do this, I have to do social media, which at the time I didn't have to worry about because I was like, I was teaching lots of classes. I was like, I don't have time to write, let alone try to market myself too. I'm teaching so much. So, and then running my own business and as a writing coach. So in 2020, when I decided I was going to be a full-time author, and I was like, okay, I got to think about my plan. And I strategized a plan so that by June of 2021, I got onto all the social media platforms and YouTube. And my plan was I'm going to try all these out, see which one aligns with me, and then I'll go from there. And the one that I liked the most was YouTube. So not really, like I got on Twitter, which is now X, which I don't think I've posted anything. I think I've shared stuff to X from like people are doing live streams. I share stuff from their live stream to X. Otherwise, I don't think I've been on there except for other than that, I was putting together some of the description boxes or information for the description boxes for the YouTube live streams for the AuthorTube Writing Conference. And some people have X as their social media platform. So I went and copied the URLs to put into the description boxes yesterday. But yeah, I don't go there. Facebook, I didn't like Facebook. Instagram wasn't too bad, but I decided I was going to concentrate on just one, and that was YouTube. And then, of course, I created a platform that was for writers, not really readers. So I kind of failed in all respects. Not really. I didn't fail. I've had some success with even having, because writers are readers. So, and then, of course, then there's just the community is the aspect of community is cannot be downplayed at all. But as far as like trying to reach readers, I wasn't successful in that part in setting up my platform, but it is what it is. And I agree with Devin. I don't think social media is as important now as it has been. There are still people who are finding lots of success using social media. But there are those who don't. And would I find success if I did social media? Maybe. But do I want to spend my time doing social media when it's something I don't want to do and there's so many other things I want to do and I don't have time for? I would rather do those things and worry about social media. That's the way I look at it anyways. It's so sweet of that person. I think I lost where I was at. I talked too much. I'm sorry, but yeah. Thank you. I'll go check those resources. Oh, and speaking of newsletters, there is a newsletter. Happy anniversary. We're 20 years, 21 next month. Nice. We're at, as far as knowing each other, we're over 20 years, but just married for 17. So yeah. Oh, there's another newsletter. Oh no, getting lost when you're going somewhere sucks. Yeah, it happens to me all the time. So it's okay. We had a great time. We did. And I'm glad that you didn't have to wait because I gave myself plenty of time knowing how I am when I go out in public. So especially if it's a place I've not been. I had a newsletter for my blog, so familiar, but I'll have to remodel for writing specifically. Yes. Answer question. Okay, good. Because I know I go off on tangents. Yeah. I pushed my June launch to July because I can't do both AWC and launch a book. I know there's a lot. I can't do both AWC and celebrate anniversary. So, well, I came really right. I'm still like, I was dreaming of my current work in progress, my next book, Spikes and Smoke. Last night was dreaming of it and woke up and wrote part of the scene in my head. But I was like, I don't know when I'm going to have time to write that. Thanks, Joanne. I'll check it out. I've simplified my beta process. There are now 6 questions. I want people to read the whole story. Yeah, not everybody gets through the whole story, though. But I mean, it depends. I mean, there are a lot of authors who say that they get like a team of beta readers, like they get a team set in place. So they always have the same beta readers. They know those beta readers are going to read it every time all the way through. And I haven't really worried about that as much. I do have like a set like people, like there are certain people who read everything. I have like 3 of them who'll do my alpha reader. They'll be a beta reader. They'll be on my typo buster team. And so they read everything. And they'll be on all 3 aspects. And I'm like, aren't you tired of reading the story? I've said that because, what was it? One of them, she told me she was busy and she was my alpha reader and my beta reader. So when I sent out a personal invite for those I know who want to be on the team. And so I sent out the personal invite for the Typo Buster team to those who were on it before. And not everybody comes back, but that's why I tried to start with that first. And so I didn't send to her, even though she'd done it before. And then I put it in my newsletter, the Typo Buster team, for anyone who was to sign up. And she signed up. And that's when I wrote her. I'm like, I'm so sorry. I didn't send you a personal invite. I thought you were tired of reading my story by now. I said, but you would have had a personal invite if I thought you were really this interested to keep going. And yeah, and it still surprised me, everybody who signs up for it. But I always get new people, and I'm okay with it. Using Story Origin, I really like using Story Origin because it collates all of the comments for each chapter right there for me. And I don't have to open like 20 different documents to see all the different comments. And then the readers, they can't see each other's comments, so they're not being influenced. So, and then they can't go to the next chapter unless they read that chapter, which I also like, because I don't like knowing, and because I started off with doing my manuscript as just a Word document to people, and just knowing that my book is out there somewhere with someone, and I don't know where it's at, and they never responded, and it's just out there in the ether, whether they actually got it or not, or whatever. But I like this. I like it better this way. More control. As indie authors, we like control. That was so shocking when you first told me about how she tried to rewrite your story. I know. I was just like, I thanked her. I didn't make it an issue with her. It was an issue in my head. And I never invited her back to be part of the team. Like I said, I send personal invites to people who have been on the team before. And usually it's everybody who's on if you're on my type of Buster Shape, if you're alpha team, beta team, if you're one of these readers, I will send a personal invite. I did not send a personal invite to her. I was like, no, not going to happen. And I was like, what if she applies? Because she's still in my newsletter. I don't know if she opens. I think she has opened some emails, but yeah. As a beta reader, you do not ever replace the work of an author and rewrite things. That would be a reason to immediately cut ties. I know. I didn't get it. And when she said she was a writer too, I was like, what atmosphere? I'm assuming, but I could be wrong. We don't, many of us start off like working with other writers where we read each other's works and we're in critique groups with each other. And we're learning how this best works to give feedback. In the beginning, we may not be very good at giving feedback because we're learning as we go. And I was like, what experiences has she had where this was okay to rewrite a writer's words? And the comment she left me, she was like, this had to happen. You were taking too long to get to it. And I was like, no, it can't happen. If you understood the story, there's a curse. It can't happen until after the curse is broken. It was a spicy scene. And she even made it a closed door spicy scene, but it was not supposed to be. That scene cannot happen until the curse was broken, because if that happened, the curse couldn't break. And so I was like, I don't get it. But you know what? A lot of the other stuff that she said on the draft made a lot of sense. And she had really great feedback. It was just that one spot. I don't know why. I got on Substack to use that as a newsletter, but I barely update more than once a quarter. Yeah. I think another reason why I really like being part of Story Origin, and I'm also part of Book Funnel now too, is that, we set up promos with other authors and with groups. And so you're supposed to state when your stuff is going out, which keeps me on track. So I have a deadline every month, which was supposed to be yesterday, and somehow I didn't hit the send button or whatever. I must have had some I don't know. I went through it. This happened to me once before, but I caught it the same day. So my newsletter didn't go out late, but I did it late yesterday, and I didn't go back in and check my numbers, because I always go and check the numbers and whatnot, because that's important as part of being part of promos, is that if you're not pulling your weight, other authors are not going to want to continue to be in promos with you. So I went to go check it this morning, and it was still sitting there as a draft. Yeah, but it is out now. Newsletter. An author got mad at me that I didn't accept their contemporary romance book swap. I tried to explain that my audience are fantasy and sci-fi readers. No magic, no science. Yeah, there's nothing you can do about that. They're just going to have to figure it out. Sometimes, because mine's mostly just fantasy romance. And I accept fantasy and fantasy romance, because I also have my fantasy books out there. I don't do as much fantasy, but I don't do that much in sci-fi, unless it's like a pairing, like a sci-fi and fantasy promo. But occasionally I've done sci-fi, because I also do like to read sci-fi, and I like sci-fi romance. So I usually just make a note like, hey, this is a little bit different. It's sci-fi or whatever. And yeah. Book ad swapping became a big thing a few years ago, but part of the problem was people would share books from every genre. Now we're so blind to ads that people just scroll past the end of newsletter ads for other books. Um, yeah, I didn't know that that was a thing. And that, I mean, I think that's lesson learned, right? That was something that was new and people were just trying it to see what would work. And so I think now most of us who are in the industry, we know you're going to want to have books that are in your genre, or at least what your audience intends to be reading. And my audience is made up of fantasy and fantasy romance, and there's a lot of PNR in there too, but I don't write PNR. But because I'll ask, like, what are you reading right now, or I think it's been over a year since I asked it, but I was asking people for more recommendations for fantasy romance, and I got a lot of PNR stuff. And I was like, no, it's not really what I like to read. But I still responded, to every single one of the suggestions. There was a couple I read. I really liked them. I decided to limit my social media to Blue Sky and YouTube. Yeah, I think that's a great thing to do. Newsletter ads for other books. Oh, no, yeah, that was part of the other one. Was AWC. Oh, the Author Tube Writing Conference. Sorry. So it's just easier to say AWC a lot. So the Author Tube Writing Conference. Have you heard of the Author Tube Writing Conference? I don't know if you have. Maybe you have. Yes, there it is. Oh, yeah, I think I've seen videos about that in my feed. Yeah, so it is my brainchild. I thought of it in later part of 2020 and 2021, and we did our first one in 2022. And we're about to do our 4th annual conference here at the end of this month. It's a free online conference. It's here on YouTube. Essentially, it is a major, like, I'm going to say major and massive, so that's why you had like an accent there with the A. Major, massive collaboration between channels of all sizes, all coming together over 3 days to talk about all things writing and publishing. And we try to be inclusive of all publishing paths, although there's not a lot about traditional publishing on YouTube. And those that are on YouTube that are traditionally published, it's much harder to get them involved with the conference because most times they just ignore my emails when I send them out. So I've been lucky. We got a couple of them in the past, but yeah. Yeah, can't wait for it. Hi, JL. How's it going? How's your day going? It's going good. I'm tired, but as a reader, I have a love-hate relationship with Story Origin, but that's because using a laptop on a lower band internet makes it using it clunky. Oh, yeah, I can understand that. Finally sitting down with iced coffee and ready to revise. Hi, Jen. Oh, wow. So she really did not understand what you were writing. No, she didn't. I just didn't get it. And the thing is, she was like very on point with other comments, so I didn't understand why she didn't get that part. Yep, there it is. 4th year. Thank you. Thanks for the link. On the first day of the AWC is something I can't make. Way too late for me. I live in Europe. Yeah, but the links are always going to be there. Well, you think the links are always going to be there because these are other people present from their own YouTube channel, and that's how it's free, right? So we don't charge any money for anybody to come to it because it's on YouTube, and the presenters, they get a kick out of it, or whatever you want to call it. They benefit from it by presenting from their own channel. Now, for some of the bigger channels, they may not get as much of a benefit out of it because they've already got a really established audience. Most of the bigger channels, like everybody who's coming to the conference, they know them already. But they are working in the spirit of community and bringing us all together to share our knowledge in 3 days. So, yeah. Might be able to check in on Saturday and Sunday. There are playlists on ST's channel for the previous conferences. Yes, they're there. We actually have one for the current one, but I don't have it up there yet. So I got to get it added. I'll check them out. So yeah, we've got the 2022, 2023, and 2024 it's on my homepage if you scroll through it. So I stick with 3 groups and 4 books and swaps. The recs for swaps are 5 groups and 8 to 10 books. That's too much. Yeah, I think that's too much too. I had 8 this time in my newsletter between that was all together. So between groups and books, I had 8, and I thought that it just looked overdone for me. And so yeah, but I know, like, who was I talking to? I don't remember who I was talking to. Someone I was talking to, and they said that they did like 20. They did all groups. So they did 20 group swaps. They had 20 banners on there, and they did that in 1 month and got a huge influx of new subscribers. But I do think it gets to the point where the subscribers that you would access through some of these groups, they're not new people. They're the same people who have seen the other group promos you've been a part of. So I always try to find someone new on Story Origin or BookFunnel who's doing a group swap or whatever, to see if I could access a new audience, because I do think the audience, they see you all the time now, right? They're either already part of your audience or they're not interested. So there's a lot of good information. Authors helping authors. Yes. I love it when authors help each other. I think that's very important. Me too. And that's what the basis of our community is. So when I first started, I wanted Margaret as my partner, but she was busy with something, and I didn't even pitch it to her because I had asked her about something else and she was busy. And I was like, oh, she probably can't do the conference with me when I was first trying to put the first one on. So I had reached out to someone else who had some experience with conferences, and that was Jenna. And she brought her experience to the table, but she was a teacher and her schedule got busy. And looking at us trying to do another year, she knew that it's not something she could continue doing. So then I finally did pitch Margaret, and it took her a little time, but she came on board, and it was her and I for the next year. And then the next year after that, I had learned about Devin. Or it was before the next year happened, I learned about Devin. She had just come onto YouTube not too long before that. And she has All Call Indie, which Devin, if you want to drop your link for that, please feel free. And when she was explaining it, I was someone else's stream, and she was explaining it. And I was like, wow, that kind of embodies the spirit, like what she's doing embodies the spirit of the AuthorTube Writing Conference. And I had always thought of the conference having another chair, to have 3 chairs running it. And Margaret and I, we had gone through the list of possibilities of people we could invite, but we had never really agreed on anybody, and we never came to any decisions on anything. And like the people we really wanted, we knew that they wouldn't be able to say yes. So they were just like, one day, maybe they might have time. And when I came across Devin, then I pitched Devin to Margaret. That was at the end of 2023. Yeah. And then Margaret took time to research Devin. I think she told you this, Devin. I don't remember if we did or not, but, and then Margaret and I talked about it when we came back in 2024, her and I talked about it and what that would look like. And we thought, well, why don't we, offer it to her, see if she's something she's interested in, and we do it as interim so that, she gets a chance to try it out. We get a chance to try out, the teamwork, and it worked really, really well. And that was 2023. And then we went into, that was 2020. That was into the 2024 one. But then other things, stuff happened in between, and Margaret's life got a little bit busy with different stuff that she was pursuing. And so she withdrew at the beginning of this year. And now we had to have another interim. So Devin is now permanent, and we have another interim. And so things change, but right, it's great. Everybody has that same mindset. Everybody who's come on has had that mindset that this is a community effort. So it's community effort for the community to benefit the community of writers and publishers. So, day is going well. Thanks for asking. Just been a busy morning and day so far. I even need to go continue my day. BRB. Excited for AWC. Just checked out the schedule. It looks awesome. I know. I held off for a little while figuring out who we were going to ask to be the keynote speaker, because I thought at first it might be a good spot to offer as part of a sponsorship, but Dale didn't end up needing it. So then I had different ideas in mind. The first person I reached out to was Michael Laron for the keynote speaker. And he said yes right away. And when he offered up this title, I can't remember the actual title, but Healing Through Writing. I was like, this is what my books do for me. So all my characters have trauma. It's like a healing thing. So I was like, this speaks to me in my heart. So I can't wait to hear what he says. I'm excited. I think after I heard his pitch, I was like, I don't remember anybody else's now. Although I think Dale has talked about his so much. His is advertisements, something about advertisements, I believe. I think that's what it is. Yeah. Rachel, how's it going? Hope you're having a great day. Slides are done for AWC Insta Post Game. Nice. How have you been, Rachel? From Joanne. Going to be camping. I'm going to be camping, but we'll have Wi-Fi, so we'll bop in and out. Nice. Rachel. And for those who may not know about it as well, we do have giveaways that we offer during the conference. I've been trying to cut down on the number of giveaways because for me, it is like a couple weeks of worth of work after the conference is over. And my brain is hurting so much after the conference. So we had I think it was just over $5,000 worth of giveaways last year. I think we're going to be lower than that this year because I haven't reached out to as many companies. I've only 3, and 2 of them accepted. So we got Story Origins. Story Origins offering 3 one-year memberships, and Scrivener. And they're offering, I don't remember how many licenses, 2, I think, 2 licenses. And then our our speakers also give to the giveaways as well. So the way to get entered into the giveaways is that when you watch any of the presentations during the conference weekend, so you don't have to watch it live, you can catch it later, but it has to be during the conference weekend. Once you watch a presentation, you can fill out the feedback form and you don't have to put your name on it. But if you do put your name on it, that enters you into the drawing for the giveaways. And so, and you want to make sure you do your name and your email address, because you do a name, we don't have any way to contact you if you are chosen for giveaway prize. So, yeah. And then we close the form. I think this year I might close it at the end of the day on Sunday. We've always used to close at the end of the closing session on Sunday, but because we're not going to be doing the drawing until Monday morning now and going to be revealing all the giveaway winners that in a live stream on Monday on Devon's channel, I think I'm going to leave it open through Sunday night so people can get in there and watch any of the presentations they miss, because there's multiple presentations going on at a time in many of the time slots. So enjoy your camping trip, Smush Devon. How have you been? Been busy, out of trouble with a new job position at work. Rachel, you just launched your Kickstarter. There it is. I saw the email that you just launched your Kickstarter. So she just launched her Kickstarter. I'm being, out of trouble with a new job position at work. LOL, I'm finally got the Kickstarter launch. Oh, that's what you just said. I couldn't even make it to the end of that comment. Can you drop a link? There's a link. Congratulations on launching. Yes. I'll call Andy. There it is. New website launch June 20th. Nice. And at the moment, looking at alternate ways to do painted edges, purely because I don't want to buy equipment, LOL, and I want to look fresh and unique and not feel stiff. Yeah. I mean, if you're interested, I don't know if you'd be interested. And actually, they're doing a referral program right now. So if you are interested, if you use my link, I could get a kickback. But I don't know if I got a personal link or I have to go sign up for it. But I use this company where they set up the PDF file with certain colors on the edges, and they set it all up so that the printer can take it. And it prints with the color on there. And you can do it with pictures. You can do it with a solid color. You could do it with a color that's ombre. I didn't find them until almost last minute because I was trying to do my own painted edges and sprayed edges, and it was coming out terrible. And I spent so many weeks trying to do that and figure it out, and it didn't work. That by the time I found this company, I was running out of time, because otherwise I probably would have done like an image or something. But it is what it is now. I'm going to stick with it. Maybe a special edition in the future. Sometime in the future, not anytime soon. We'll have like painted edges or something, or pictures on there. Although what I thought, I have an idea for something. But anyways, let me not sidetrack. But if you're interested in that, it cost me like $160. I don't remember. It's between 100 and 200, which I think closer to the 200 side, to hire them. And I just got a solid color. So if you do anything more, of course, it costs more money. But if you're interested, let me know. Fact, you're the best. There's the giveaway program contribution form. Yes, anybody can actually give to the contribution form. Anybody. You don't have to be a speaker. You don't have to be a company. But if you are a company, don't forget to include your logo, because there's a place to put your logo on there, because we do put everybody on our supporters page online. So, and I don't have everybody up there yet. I'm still trying to populate that with everybody who's given to the giveaway so far. But yeah, anybody we've had people just do like gift cards. You can do a $25 gift card or $10 gift card, because I'll buy an ebook in most cases. If you just want to, donate, whether you want to do it because you want to give to it, or you want to donate because it's a way for your company to get recognition, there's also that. So thank you, Mom Maggie. Something else I want to try, because IG now allows 20-minute reels. I'm thinking about reading the first chapter or maybe the first 3 to 5. Oh, show me. Okay, I will. I've got your email. I'm pretty certain I have your email. If not, I'll contact you through IG. Yeah. So, okay, we're going to go on to the next 2-hour focus. Unfortunately, the first of the 2 hours, I probably won't be able to. I needed more coffee. And then I'll get that email off to you, Rachel, so you can see it. I know a few people looking to give away their audiobooks, so let them know. Yes, please let them know. We take it all. Yeah. And it's a way, definitely, in like books, as an author, you give away your books. It's a way to get your book into someone's hands. And so someone new to learn about you, right? And then we also talk about the giveaways. We talk about all the stuff that we're giving away, and we talk about, like, we show pictures of it and say the names and whatnot. So you get that kind of like boost during the conference as well. And Christina, hi, thank you for stopping in, and all the great stuff we have to remember to do, which I need to go get some more coffee and probably just go ahead and get lunch for my kiddo while I'm at it. Then Rachel, I will get you that email, and then back to doing AWC stuff. So let's go ahead and I'm going to move my spreadsheet out of the way. Well, I did restart it. Okay. So this is 2-hour focus. So it's 1 hour on the clock. working. We'll come back for a quick 5-minute break and then back to 1 hour, and then we'll take a longer break. Okay. And oh, it's at 5 minutes. We do not need 5 minutes there. I need to set up a new timer to do this. So for anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, we'll get started on the first 1 hour. Yes, coffee. In 3, 2, 1, and good luck. And that is time on the first of the 2 hour focus time. I went and got coffee. I made the kiddo lunch, had a bite to eat myself, and then got back right into the AWC stuff. Got out more emails. I'm now up to 22 emails out, and I've got my last set, and I'm almost done. I'm actually writing the last one. Like for each set, I compose the email. Once they all look good for the same set, then I hit send. So I'm on the last one of this set, and this is the last set. So I'm like minutes away from being done with this task for the morning. And I'm looking at my list of other things I need to do. I think I can hold off on a couple of these, and the other 2 I can attack tomorrow. So I think after I finish that, I'm going to work on Faded Adventure stuff, because I do have month 4 that I still need to I need to start printing it, reviewing the information, making sure that I have everything there, see if there's anything else I need to do, and if it's good, I think I'll start printing it. But now I might hold off on printing. Printing's like a whole day thing, and I keep looking at this like if I was to have like 100 people doing this, printing would be like a 2-week thing or something. Probably not that long. But I'm like, how would I do this? Well, if I had 100 people, I probably would send everything to a printer instead of printing it myself. Because once you hit like so many copies that you print out a printer's shop, it's actually less money than what you'd pay for your own printer and paper, so, and ink. So yeah, probably if I had that many people, I'd probably just do that. But, all right, let's catch up with you guys, see how you did. Left off with coffee, got it done. I'll be getting my dinner. I'll see you all later again. I hope to join your next live stream again. Yay. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thank you, Joanne. Congrats on your job position and Kickstarter to Rachel. Oh, Rachel, I don't know if you're still here. Are you still here? Moving on to the Kickstarter update. Oh, hey, Christina. Thanks, Joanne. I've been a little clumsy trying to balance everything, but if Shannon can be bold enough to throw herself at the fire, I should at least try, LOL. Which fire is that? But to be fair, Shannon's also a lot cooler than me. No, I run hot. I did do that too. I looked into the company with the edges. So I just got home from school about half an hour and officially on a summer break. Woohoo! Working on drafting a YA queer romance today. Nice. And hello, Haley. How are you doing? Hope all is well. Summer break. Celebrate. My husband surprised me with pancakes. I like pancakes. So I had to hop off. I shall now proceed with today's progress. Did you get your pancakes eaten then? That was like 14 minutes ago, so you probably did. Finished quite a bit. Go to grab some lunch and get a brain break, and then with the hubs. Sorry for missing the chat. It's all right. Surprise pancakes are the best kind of pancakes. Yes, they are. Adeshway, hello. Hi, eating cookie for breakfast, lunch. I mean, that's a dessert for both breakfast and lunch. That's awesome. I like dessert for breakfast and lunch. That's what I want to do. I remade my giant cookie from yesterday. Not as a cake, but as a giant cookie. So did this one come out then? I'm assuming so, since you said you're eating it. Yikes. I was outside and didn't realize my headphones died. I almost missed a break. Oh, well, we just started, Mom Maggie. Well, I guess just we're at 3 minutes in, but you're good. Pancakes and cookies. Let's do it. The eldest came out and said, Mom, I think your headphones died. Your computer is talking in a very sweet voice. Oh, that's so sweet. Rachel, I don't know if you're still here. Everyone liked it. Oh, good. Because you sent it with your partner to work, right? So Rachel, I don't know if you're still here, but I did look. The company is doing a referral program that's only open through the end of the month. I signed up for it, but it says within 1 to 2 days, I'll get the referral link. And actually, you will save $20 if you use my referral link. So if it's something you want to do, especially since, at least for mine, it was over $100, almost $200, that'll save you close to 20% of the cost, depending on what you want to get done. I love Loon Fast and Din Fast. Me too. I like breakfast all throughout the day, too. I still have thoughts about it, but it's quite edible. LOL. Oh, you are here. Okay. So as soon as they said I'll get an email to let me know. Actually, I closed that email because I'm in the AWC one. Why did you do that? Okay. Open a new tab. I have not got an email, but so within 1 to 2 days, I should get an email with my referral code, and then I will forward the link and referral code to you. So if it's something to do, you can save some money because it's a lot. I have not got it yet. Leave. Yes, I want to leave. Why are you not letting me leave? Cancel. I don't know why it's not letting me leave. Where are you going? Okay. Excellent. Wow. We're coming down to the end of this short little break, heading into the second hour. If anyone has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, I'll see you on the other side of 60 minutes. And good luck. And that is time. How did you did? Sorry, I have to text my husband back. He said he was going to be home in time to take my kiddo to the dentist. So I said, hey, you going to be here in time to take him at 3? He was like, no, it's at 4. I'm like, no, it's not. It's at 3. So give me just a second. I speech to text because I can't hit these little buttons. So let me just do this so he knows and I know if I'm taking him or if he's coming home. Okay, so how did you do? I, like I said, I had one more email to send out or one more email to set up, and I'd send out the last batch for the AWC emails that I had due today. And the spreadsheet where I was logging everything started acting wonky when I went to go make sure I had the final person. So I thought, okay, my computer has actually just been acting wonky lately. So I thought, let me close the document. I'll open it back up. So I closed it, opened it, and it looked like everything was lost. Like all the work I'd done to figure out who I was, sending out the emails to for each of the 4 different times to appear during the conference, along with the backup names and the splits in the names. I mean, it was like, like 50 lines of stuff that I worked on and color coded and everything. And it looked like it was gone. I was like, oh my God, what happened to this thing? And I was searching and I was researching how to find it. And then I just thought, okay, well, and I gave up at that point. It was like 30 minutes into the sprint at that point. So just had to, I was like, I'm done with this. I don't want to worry about it. I just have one more email to put together. I'll put that together, send it all out. And I was like, no, Shannon, go back to the original document because the original document was still there. And just try to remember what order you put this into and how you set it up and everything. Because otherwise, you're going to be trying to remember this days later and you're not going to remember. At least maybe something might be fresh if you do it right now. So I opened it back up and realized, no, actually all the same information was there. It just got rid of all of my cell, like the outlines, the colors, the font size. I mean, what I had done to set up the formatting, that was all gone. But the words were in the cells the way I still had them there. So I just had to go back through and reformat everything and make sense of it and then save it in a different place because I don't know if it was where it was saved. That's what happened with it or whatever. I don't know. I saved in a new place. It did open up with all my new formatting in there. So I didn't have to try to remember anything other than how I color coded everything. By the time I was done with that, there was like 15 minutes left in the sprint. And I still have like the hugest headache, but I'm just like concerned about what medicine I could take because the medicine I take in the morning, I have to be careful what headache medicine I take with it. Of course, now dealing with this where my husband's saying, no, it's at 4. I'm like, no, it's at 3. Does that mean you can't come here? Because now that means I need to get dressed. I don't know. He just texted me something, but I don't know he's texting me. He showed me like a little preview and then, because I'm not dressed. Actually, my hair looks like gross. I did wash it 2 days ago. Was it 2 days? Yeah, 2 nights ago. Because I'm getting both appointment times and so not to. Okay, so he's going to call just to ensure the time, but I'm telling him I know the time. I was there on the phone with him when we changed it from 4 to 3. And he's like swearing it's at 4. I'm like, it's at 3. He said he's going to call the office. So, okay. Hopefully that's going to be taken care of. Yeah. So I did open my Faded Adventure stuff. After I got up, I walked around trying. This headache is not going away. I was literally having, like, no, Shannon. Why is this happening? Technology. It's not our friends in the last couple weeks. Like I lost all this work. I just did. Thankfully, I didn't lose it all. Just lost the formatting. But and that was hours worth of work, and not hours just today. That was like hours of me going through all the names and trying to make sure I had everybody. And it's 38 people altogether. And going through all of it, make sure that everyone's getting at least a spot given to them at some point where they said yes, and putting any backups in there in case people say no, and we end up short on not having anyone on those individual appearances. God, sorry, I got a headache. It's hard to think when you have a headache. Where did I leave off? Did I mark it? I'm trying to figure it out. Congrats on the new position, that Kickstarter. Moving on to Kickstarter update. I don't know if this is where I left off or not. Oh, hey, Christina. Oh, there it is. Nope. Coffee. I think that was from the one before. I have no idea. Just got home from school. Okay, nope, we did that one. I'm lost. Surprise pancakes are the best. I remember that. Oh, my computer's talking in a sweet voice. Okay, I think that's where we left off. No. This is not where we left off. Everyone liked it. That was the cookie, the giant cookie that Adeshla made. And then we talked about loon fast and din fast. I like breakfast at any time. Still have thoughts about it. It's quite edible. Here it is. Oh, I did put a star on it. I just couldn't see the star. I didn't mark it. I marked it, but I didn't see it. So this is where we left off. Yeah, she carpooled. So when came back home, her friend colleague was with her. I gave them both, and they both enjoyed it. Nice. Are you the voice of the wind, Morley? She is. Yep. Pancakes equals progress. I want pancakes now. Eva! Okay, I thought so. It sounds phenom. I bagged. Cool. The other half who stayed home today also ate it for breakfast. So cookie for breakfast. Love it. I was running on half empty, but now I have power fuel running through me. I have some power fuel, but it's not working for me because I let myself get stressed that I lost all this work I did for hours. Hey, Jo. Although more than anything, I want to go swimming, but listen, the show must go on. I like to swim. I just don't have any place I can swim without burning up. Hey, Adeshla. I'll be sending some more notes on your work this weekend, says JL to Adeshla. Thanks, JL. Our water park is open today despite the gloomy skies, but the water is still entirely too cold for me. I'll take the kiddo, though, later. Let me know if you can see the comments I leave on your stuff. Pancakes. I'm getting flashbacks to Homer Simpson talking about donuts. Donuts. I'll check my email after I'm done revising the scene. How have you been? JL from Joanne. Oh, I'm so proud of you, Rachel. Been well, JK. Had fun singing and dancing with my husband last night at home date night. Nice. I'm feeling motivated today. So, woohoo. How's everything with you? Did my computer just look like it got dark? Don't tell me my eyes are getting dark. Everything looked like it just dimmed on my computer. But everything looks like it's working. I don't know what this is. Whatever. Yay, I met my goal for today, so anything more is a bonus. I think I should go lay down for a while. Curious where everyone is finding their cover designers. Going to look at Fiverr, but wondering if there are better options. I like my cover designer, but I don't know if she does your genre. I don't know what genre she... You can take a look at her website. I think that she falls in a good range. It's not too expensive. It's not cheap at the same time, but what's her name? Jacqueline. And I got her from Inca York, if you know who that is. There it is. There's lots of Jacqueline Sweets online, and they're not all her. No, go back. Why is her website's not working? Uh-oh. Yeah, it's not working. Never mind. And she just emailed me, I think. So something must be going on. Maybe it's the solar flare stuff. But I wouldn't know how else. I can give you her email address. What I'm trying different. Nope, all of it's not working. It looks like she's got a Facebook. It looks like, well, no. It looks like she does mystery and horror and the proposal. That might be fiction. Or it's probably all fiction. Literary fiction. So yeah, it looks like she does a range. But I have not seen, I didn't look at my email I got from her today, but I got an email from her today. Let me see if she said something. Where did the email go? I get way too many emails. Okay, she's just seeing if I had my brief ready, which I do not. That means she's still going, but her website does not seem to be working. So I can share her Facebook group. It's probably something with the solar flares or whatnot. And what am I looking for? Oh, I'm looking for a tab I've minimized because I was getting lost with all the tabs on my computer, which means my computer's probably going to shut down here soon. Okay, so I got too many things open. Jacqueline Sweet. So here's her Facebook, and it's once it comes up working again. How do you spell her name? Elin Sweet. There's lots of Jacqueline Sweet. So Jacqueline Sweet Designs is her website. I don't know why it's not working. I've never not seen it working. And she's been my book cover designer for a couple of years. And she's been Inka York's book designer for a while, like at least a good year or two before me. So, and it's $235 for the ebook cover and $285 with the paperback added for formatting and everything. And you can tell her what service you're going to be using for the formatting. And then she's also done my bookmark, which is like another $50. So, yeah. Joanne. I think that's a hello. My brain is not functioning now. It's like, I'm done with you. It's like, forget it. You stress us out too much. We are done for the day. Was able to let Tovin out. Wait, I think I skipped some of this. Doing pretty well, just busy with my day job. Was able to let Tovin outside, so now I'm watching her to make sure she doesn't get into trouble. Does she chase after bugs and lizards too? That's what my cat does. Oh yeah, I still can't get over Loki. I said it during my stream, but I don't know if any of y'all were here or not. And he jumped up on my desk, grabbed a piece of paper, and ran off with it. This is a kitty cat. And by the time I chased him down, and he ran from me all over the house, which I have no idea. I don't know what about that paper enticed him. By the time I got to him, he'd eaten half the paper. I was trying to get him to stop so he wouldn't throw up. I was like, oh my God, cat, what is wrong with you? He's my biggest cat because he doesn't like to move, and he eats all the food. He was in Luna's bowl this morning because I turned my back for a second. He pushed Luna out of her bowl because he finished his food. So I had to chase him out of her bowl. And so I was like, oh my God, this cat. Oh, sorry, I didn't say hi. Hello, how are you doing? Got some gardening done. It's oddly tepid for June, so I'm not letting it go to waste. Nice, so maybe you won't burn. I don't know if you burn, but I do. I always think of burning when I'm out in the sun. Cleaned the kitchen and dishes, hung laundry out, and chased the dog. Sounds like very productive. I want to go chase the dog. Maybe I need that. JC, hey, how's it going? Hope all is well. Haley, 623 words. Going to finish this scene, then switch over to planning how I'll spend my time this summer so I don't make the same mistakes last year and can reach my goals on time. Did you just goof off too much last year? Or you don't have to say if you don't want to. I'm trying to learn from my mistakes too. Not goof. I have to worry about goofing off. I take on too much. So I need to figure out how to reduce it. Which we've got some things in the works, some ideas going to reduce some of this stuff that I take on so I can get some more writing in and relax time. I need to mow the lawn next, but the sun's so bright, my eyes are melting. No, I'm sorry, Mom Maggie. Dale, I hire freelance for mine and she does flexible payments. There is Gibellina. Yeah. Well, today is a wash. I feel that way too right now. It's just a wash. I'm just done. I've been feeling dizzy all day. Oh no, what happens? I hope you feel better soon though. That's no bueno. I'm sure you don't feel very good with that. I start getting sick whenever I get dizzy. I follow Gibellina too. She has amazing artwork. There's one that I use, Jacqueline Sweet. I don't know why our website's not working. It's almost Friday. LOL. The brain is clocking out early for the weekend. I can't afford to. I got too much stuff I want to get done. I say too much stuff I have to get done, but I think I'm at the point now where this stuff I'll have to get done if I go too many more days without getting it done. But I'm kind of at a point where I can kind of just get stuff done. My brain hurts. My cat ate my homework. Oh my God. We actually joked about that last night because I hadn't told my husband the day it happened. I told him yesterday. I think it was 2 days ago when Loki did that. I don't remember even how we got on the topic, but I told him, I was like, yes, Loki jumped on my desk, decided a piece of paper was what he was wanting, took off with it and ate it. He was like, oh, the thing with the dog. And he's like, yeah, my cat ate my homework. So thankfully it was just a scrap piece of paper. It wasn't anything I needed, but that was even my main concern. My main concern was that he would eat it and he'd get sick. So I don't know. That cat. It's hot, so I'm trying to figure out what I can manage around the heat. I think I might set up a new binder. Yeah, it's getting hotter here. It's still not real hot, but I'm in the panhandle of Florida. But man, what was it, 2 days ago? Yesterday? No, it's yesterday. No, it was the day I met with Devin. That was 2 days ago. Yeah, I don't remember what day that was. I think it was 2 days ago. And I was sitting here burning up, and I had I was in my room with the fans on. I have 3 fans and a portable air conditioner, and I was still burning up. I was like, oh gosh. Cracking up at the cat story. My cat is dangerous around tape. All boxes must have tape removed, or he will pull it off and try to eat it. I've seen cats do that too. Yeah. Yeah. They're crazy, crazy little kids. So y'all, typically I would go another 2-hour focus flow time. That would be my goal. And that's what I did on Tuesday, and it really worked well for trying to get stuff done. But y'all, my head is hurting. So I need to go figure out what medicine in the cabinet I can take that doesn't contraindicate, whatever they call that with medicine that I'm prescribed. And I think I'm going to lay down for a minute, see if I need to take the kiddo to the dentist, if that's going to be me, and then see if I can get my head straight to get back into working. My body can't regulate heat or sun or bright lights, so hiding in my cave. Yeah, I'm having trouble with a lot of that too, and I'm pretty sure it's because, I'm hitting that age where women go through things. So have a rest and a cold drink. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Well, thank you everyone for coming today. And it is Thursday, which means, right? It's Thursday? Yes, it's Thursday, which means I will be back next week on Monday with the Pomodoro sprints. And Joanne dropped a link for her book cover designer, I believe. So, all right. Thanks everyone. I'll catch you guys all later.